Good morning and welcome back here at Gainesville Raceway as we are getting ready for race number 4 of the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Sorry for the late start, but they were having to do some extra track maintenance this morning, trying to get things safe for everyone to go down. So they had to do a little bit of scraping. But we are fixing to get ready to go into the first round of elimination, starting off with Jeans Glass Pro class. You probably hear the cars coming into the staging lanes.
Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. The Allen Speed Machine. Super Pro Bikes lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles lane 7.
So as we wait for to get ready for round 1, we're going to run a couple of commercials and we'll be right back after these messages.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
All right, looks like we got a beautiful sunny day today here at Gainesville. As of right now, it's 72 degrees with the humidity level at 68% and a 7-mile-an-hour wind. Looks like that we will climb up in the 80s around 3 and 4 o'clock, and then we will start dropping temperatures shortly after that, getting back around 79 and down into the 60s. Hopefully we don't go too late today. But I'm going to turn it over to our announcer as we're getting ready to do the prayer. I want to thank Phil Green for a great service this morning with Racers for Christ program. And that happens every Sunday here at Gainesville on the 3rd floor at 8 a.m. Just real quick, if you like On the Spot Motorsports Media, go check out our friends over at On the Spot with David Rogers on Tuesday nights at 7 p.m. Eastern Time as they talk politics and dive into sports other than drag racing and circle track stuff. So go check them out on Facebook and YouTube. We also want to thank our class sponsors out here at Gainesville, Jeans Glass, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, and Allen Speed Machine Shop. Of course, Artie and Sarah, they both run in the NHRA. And Sarah Allen, she actually cut her teeth out here at Gainesville, starting in a junior dragster and working her way up into Super Pro. And now she's in a top alcohol dragster.
All right, got a couple time runs here, then we're gonna get ready for eliminations. Here comes Jackie Bennett over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Palaca. And Craig Sarah out of Bradenton over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 461 at 151 there for Jackie Bennett, 458 at 150 for Craig Sarah. So looking good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we actually get underway with our first round of eliminations, I want to ask if you would please rise, remove your hats while we do our national anthem and invocation. At this time, it is a great pleasure to introduce Mr. Phil Green, who will lead us in our invocation.
Thank you, Rick. Would everybody please bow with me? Heavenly Father, Lord, we come to you today thanking you for another beautiful day here at Gainesville Raceway. Lord, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Thank you for the staff and crew working hard for us. Thank you, Lord, for the safety that you granted us yesterday, Lord. I pray that you will continue to do so today, Lord. Wrap your arms of safety around this whole facility, Lord, and keep us all safe as we race and as we travel home this afternoon going our different directions, Lord. Lord, thank you most of all for Jesus Christ dying for us on the cross. For us in his name we pray. Amen.
Yeah, just go ahead and give you a little information. We posted went live at 10 o'clock this morning with the track. Come to find out there was some issues with the starting line out to about 60 foot. Track crew got right on it right away and done a scrape job. And then had to drag it, make sure that it had enough of heat in there and the rubber was staying down. And I tell you what a great job. They done it pretty quickly. Again, I want to thank everyone to On the Spot Motorsports Media's live coverage of the Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series at Gainesville Raceway.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your patience with us. We get a little later start, but we're going to make it happen. Here we go. We got Mike Gaffney coming up over here on the soil side of the train. 692 to dial in for the 77 AMC. He's out of Wildwood. Going up against Jimmy Hodges over here in the Budweiser lane. 615 to dial in on the 75 Nova out of Middleburg. And we're off. Yeah, we got a 65,000 difference in the starting line. And the red light's going to come off for Mike Gaffney as he goes down with a dead on 6 with a 001 reaction time. He puts the 7,000 pack together right out the gates. Mike Gaffney, you'll watch him today. Here's Chris Courtney. 699 is going to be the dial over here on the Lucas Oil side of the train with Pontiac Trans Am. Then we're going up against the Maverick over here in the Budweiser lane. This is car number 1864. He's got a 665 dialed in. All right, red light starts here for Chris Courtney. He's going to get the automatic win for the Maverick. He goes through with a 676 on a 665 dial in. According to the 7 flat, is 699. Andy Lindsay coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 678 is going to be his dial in, going up against Richard Lindsay. Yes, they're related. And 636 is his dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Must be a dispute to be settled here if the family members are running each other in round one. All right, here we go. One of them's 035, the other one's 053. Let's see how this works out. And it worked out for Andy. He goes 682 on that 678. He was 053. Richard breaks out by 11 thousandths. Marvin Gilliam coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Driving the Chevy Camaro, going up against the Jeffrey Thomas at the wheel of the Pontiac Grand Prix over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 712 dialed in. And a red light start to go along with it. Marvin Gilliam will get the round win and move on into round number 2. He goes 655 on his 650. John Landola coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track driving the Pontiac Firebird. And he's going to run up against Travis Marchand over here in the Budweiser lane. 585 to dial in for the 69 Chevy Camaro out of Keystone Heights. Red light started by Landola is going to give Travis Marchand the automatic win. Travis is 007 on the tree, goes 586 on his 585 dial in. That's going to bring up Alden Rollins over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 574 is the dial in on the Chevy Beretta. He's out of High Springs. what goes on over there for Corky Alford as he went dead on 9, gets the win line there. Alden went 576 and his 574. Dan Sawyer's coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 859 is the dial in. He'll run over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Going against Russell Morris over there in the Budweiser Lane. 699 is his dial in. Driving the Olds Cutlass. And we got a double red light start. Russell Morris is going to get the win line as he had the better of the 2 red lights, although neither one of them were very good. So that ain't a lot to brag on there, but Russell Morris goes through with a 697 on his 699. Instead, Sawyers does 864 on his 859. Adam Wills coming up next, 709 to dial in on the Olds Cutlass over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. Is going up against John Dwayne over here in the Budweiser Lane. John with a 591 dial in, 709 to dial in for Wills. All right, wheel light's going to come on in there for John Dwayne as he goes through with a 592 on his 591 dial in. Wills runs dead on 6, but he was way behind on the Christmas tree, and John Dwayne made him pay for it. Gary Thompson coming up next. 688 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu. He's out of Live Oak area, McAlpin over in that area. And he's going up against Nick Iannelli at Alabama Springs. 592 the dial in on the Malibu over here in the Budweiser Lane. Red light starting there with Gary Thompson is going to give Nick Iannelli the automatic wet lights. He goes through the 588 and that 592 dial in. Dawson Bass coming up next. 714 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang out of Jacksonville. He run up against DJ Coventry over here in the Budweiser Lane. 640 is the dial in on the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Oviedo. Red light start there by Dawson Bass is going to give DJ Coventry the automatic win. And DJ goes through with a 634 on a 640 dial in. Colin Nash coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 551 is going to be the dial in for the motorcycle out of Orlando. He'll run up against Georgia Manuel over here in the Budweiser Lane. 764 is the dial in for the Nova. Okay, cool red light starts for both Ryan drivers, but Georgia Manuel had the better of the two, so he's going to get the win line. 768 on his 764. Colin Nash goes 563 on his 551. Dennis Stutz coming up next. 658 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Green Coast Springs. Going up against James Hutto over there in the Budweiser Lane. 608 the dial in for the Camaro. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. Red light starting there by James Hutto gave the automatic win there to Darren Stutz. Stutz goes through with a 661 on his 658. Goes Paul Allen. 693 the dial in for the 72 Maverick out of Middleburg. Going up against Tom Courtney over here in the Budweiser Lane. He's got a 680 dialed in on his Trans Am. He is out of High Springs. only 3 thousandths separate the two in the starting line. And it's going to be Tom Courtney picking up the win line here as he goes 681 on his 680 dial in as Paul Allen breaks out by 6 thousandths. Dante de Blasio coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 729 dial in. He's from the Villages in the Chevy Camaro. Held up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 622 to dial in for the 65 Chevelle wagon. And you got 1,000 separates the two at the starting line. Should be good. And it's going to be French getting the win line here as he goes down on 2. With a 12 reaction time, puts 14 now back together. Good run there for Mike French. Ralph Bratton coming up next. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 618 is his dial in, driving the Chevy El Camino. Going up against Joe Cool Hutto. He's out of Jessup, Georgia. 712 dial in for the Maverick. All right, win line's going to come on over there for Ralph Bratton as he goes 621 on a 618 dial in as Joe Cool breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Chris French coming up next. 612 the dial in for the 68 Chevelle out of Ocala. Going up against Jimmy Hall. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. 720 is the dial in for the 76 Chevy Camaro. He's out of Hilliard, Florida. Corky Bumpus over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 668 dial in going up against Jeff Grafton in the Tesla. He's got a 752 dial in, and it's going to be Corky Bumpus picking up the win line. 669 on his 668 as Grafton breaks out by 8 thousandths. That's going to bring up D. Lichty. He's out of St. John's, Florida. The 69 Camaro over here on the Lucas Oil lane. 665 is going to be the dial in. Going against Lee Hauser. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. 730 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. Starts and here we go to the stripe. It's going to be D. Lichty getting the win line here as he goes 674 and that's 665 dial in. And Lee Hauser breaks out with a 724 on his 730 dial in. Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 560 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Palm Coast. Going up against Ernie Renfro. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. 660 is the dial in for the 1970 Camaro. He's out of Middleburg. All right, one of them's got a perfect reaction time, and he wins the race. Ernie Renfro, that'll be your by running round number 2. He goes 663 on that 660 dial in. Jeremy Davis goes out with a 563 on his 560. That'll bring up Clint Wilson next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in his 68 Nova out of Providence. And we got Bob Hogston over here in the Budweiser lane. 685 is his dial in. Okay, 9,000 separates the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Hogston getting the win line here as he goes 690 on that 685 dial in. Clint Wilson goes 697 on his 688. Martinell coming up next, 635 to dial in for the S10 pickup out of Middleburg. Going up against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 758 dialed in on the 74 Chevy van out of Gainesville. Okay, win line's going to come on over there for Leah Spadaro as she goes dead on 9 and gets the win line. Martinell goes dead 7, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. She was 045. He was a 125. That'll bring up Amber Matz. 671 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup. She's out of Gainesville. She'll run over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Running against J.D. Anderson over here in the Budweiser lane. 739 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. He's out of Edgewater. All right, looks like you got 25,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Amber Matz picking up the win line. She goes 673 on her 671 dial in. She was 003 on the tree as J.D. Anderson runs dead on 1, but cannot get the win line to come on. He was 028, 34 10,000 of a second was the margin of victory. Dustin Daniel coming up next. 652 is the dial in for the S10 pickup over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Now we're going up against Reed Farrar out of Jacksonville. 654 is the dial in for the 66 GTO. Red line start there for Dustin Daniels. Going to give Reed Farrar the automatic win. And Reed goes dead on 6. Good run there for Reed Farrar. Troy Stafford coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 731 to dial in for the Duster out of Orlando. And he'll be going up against the Camaro over there in, I think that's one of the Collinses, if I'm not mistaken. 202C is the number on that car. 755 is going to be the dial in. All right, got a green light start in both lanes. Looks like we got 29,000 difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Troy Stafford picking up the win line here. As he goes 733 on a 731 dial in. As the Camaro goes dead on 7. Can't make it happen with a no 78 reaction time. Kenny Bevins coming up next. 609 the dial in for the little Chevy Vega out of Albany, Georgia. Then we're going up against Tim Nelson. He's over here in the Budweiser lane. 615 the dial in for the Dodge Challenger. Red line start there for Kenny Bevins. It's going to give Nelson the automatic win. And Nelson goes into the 630 on that 615 dial in. Phil Green coming up next. 68 Chevy Camaro over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 602 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Robbie Hogston over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Bill Green picks up the win line there as he goes 604 on his 602, and Robbie Hodgson breaks out with a 623 on a 627 dial in. Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 677 is the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. Going against Wyatt Palmatier over there in the Budweiser lane. 620 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. separates these two at the starting line, and then the stripe is going to be Wyatt Palmetier getting the win line here in a double breakout. He breaks out by the least spout, so he'll get to move on into round two. All right, good. Del Camino coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 726 is the dial in, going against David Zinke over here in the Budweiser lane. His 74 Duster. Okay, win line comes on for David Zinke, and he goes 7 flat on that 697 dial in. All right, here we go. We got Steve Welsh coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 678's the dial in for the Plymouth Duster. He's out of Ocala. Here right up against Chad King over here in the Budweiser lane. 764 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's from Gainesville. right, Chad King's going to get the win line here as he goes 767 on his 764 dial in. As Steve Welsh breaks out with a 676 on his 678 dial in. Tony Gambardella coming up next. 629 to dial in for the Malibu wagon over there at Lucas Oil Lane. He's out of Mims, Florida. And here we going on against James Evans over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 690 dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Jacksonville. Attention into pits, attention into pits. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro. Start making your way into lanes 1 and 2, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro. Lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Super Pro, start making your way into the staging lanes, please. All right, Ken Grant coming up next. He's in the Lucas Oil Lane. He's got a 567 dial in on his 73 Nova. He's out of Ty, Georgia. Going up against Maverick Palmetier over there in the Budweiser lane. 593 is his dial in. He's out of DeLand, Florida. All right, red line start there from Maverick Palmetier is going to give Ken Grant the automatic win. Grant goes through with a 565 on his 567, but he'll be moving on into the next round. Palmetier goes dead on 6, but he pulled the trigger a little too early. He can come back in for round 2. Mike Gaffney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 691 is his dial in. He's out of Wildwood. Going against Bart Pangillian over there in the Budweiser lane. 655 the dial in for the Camaro. All right, looks like 4th aisle separate the 2 at the starting line, and here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Bart Pangillian getting the win line here as he goes 657 on that 655 dial in. All right, here goes Kenny Bevins. He's got a 608 dial in on the Vega wagon out of Albany, Georgia. He'll be going up against Kyle Roberts. He's got a 796 dial in on his Chevy Camaro. He's out of Sefner, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like 24th aisle difference at the starting line, and it's going to be Kyle Roberts picking up the win line here on a breakout by Kenny Bevins. As Kyle goes through with a 798 on his 796 dial-ins, Bevins breaks out by 5 thousandths. And that's going to wrap up round number 1 there at the Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator as we're getting ready to go here to the Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Motorcycles. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro in lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, each of the lanes 1 and 2, overflow goes to 3 and 4. All right, here we go to the motorcycles. We got Dwayne Leachman coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 553 is going to be his dial in. Here we going up against Vance Outashell. 748 is going to be the dial in for the bike out of Vero Beach. Red light start by Vance Outashell is going to give Dwayne Leachman the automatic win light. Dwayne goes through the 559 on his 553 dial in. Vance also broke out with a 746 on his 748. Sean Tucker coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 620 is going to be his dial in Coming up against Sam Parrish over there in the Budweiser lane, 569 is going to be his dial in. Red light start there by Sean Tucker is going to give Sam Parrish the automatic win. And Sam goes through with a 571 on his 569 dial in. And Sean went a little bit quick too, as he was 607 on that 620 dial. Jeff Tisdale coming up next, 555 the dial in for the bike out of Reddick. Coming up against Dwayne Schmidt Jr. He's over there in the Budweiser lane. 580 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Central Florida. All right, here comes Jeremy Fireball Davis. 562 is going to be his dial in, going up against Larry Berger there in the Budweiser lane. 936 is his dial in. And the win line's going to come on over there for Larry Berger as he goes 971 on that 936. But Jeremy Davis breaks out by 3,000ths of a second. All right, Sandy Rodriguez Jr. over there in the Lucas Oil lane, going against Scott DeLong here in the Budweiser lane. The win line's going to come on for Sandy Rodriguez Jr. as he goes 551 on his 549 dial in. Roy Hagedorn coming up next, 557 is his dial in. He's from Venice, Florida. He'll go up against Anthony Vieira out of Palm Coast. 564 is going to be his dial in. And red light starting for Anthony. He's going to give Roy Hagedorn the automatic win. Roy goes through the 556 on his 557. All right, so here we go as we get ready to go into our Super Pro category. And attention in the pits, Junior Street, Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. You're going to be on decks. So I need y'all to make your way into staging lane number 8. I need the scooters and the four-wheelers that are parked in lane 8 to be removed from there, please. Had a long dissertation about that this morning, about leaving your equipment unattended in the staging lanes. All right, Zach Collins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 611 to dial in on the Chevy Vega. And he'll be running up against David Harris over here in the Budweiser lane, David with a 480 dial in. next pass, we got Dan Dobson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 642 is going to be his dial in. He'll go against Tommy Campbell over here in the Budweiser lane. 638 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Fleming Island. And we got a clean green line start, 9,000 ways to 2 at the starting line. The wind light's going to come off for Dan Dobson, 642 with a 2 on a 42 dial in. Good run there for Dan. As Thomas Campbell goes 640 on his 638. Troy Walker coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 684 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Ocala. Here we're up against Wilbert Wooten out of Douglas, Georgia. 454 is going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean green line start. 2,000 separates the 2 in the starting line. And Wilbert Wooten gets the wind lights. He goes dead on 5 and gets the win. Troy goes out with a 687 on his 684 dial in. John Rugas coming up next. 575 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. He'll be running up against Ryan Barnes out of Brunswick, Georgia. The old Zachiva over here in Budweiser lane's got a 690 dialed in. And your red light's going to go out there for Ryan Barnes. He goes 722 on his 690 dialed in. John Rugas breaks out with a 572 on his 575. John Dwayne coming up next. 591 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Jacksonville. He'll run up against Randy Baker over here in the Budweiser lane. 491 is his dial in. He's out of Palmetto, Florida. Okay, 1,000 separates the 2 in the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be John Dwayne getting the win line here as he goes dead on 9. He gets the win. Randy Banger breaks out by 6 thousandths. Grayson Wright coming up next, 496 the dial in. He's out of Middleburg, Florida. Coming up against A.J. Kelly out of Jacksonville. 539 is going to be the dial in over there in the Budweiser lane. Okay, we got a clean green line starting. Here we go to the stripe. Let's go on race 498 on a 496 dial in as AJ breaks out with a 536 on his 539 dial in. All right, here goes last night's big winner, Glenn Newmans. Over there in Lucas Oil Lane, 552 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He's out of Alachua. He'll run up against Mark Gordon over here in the Budweiser lane. 463 is the dial in. He's out of Callahan. Starting line out at the stripe. It's going to be Mark Horton picking up the win line here as he goes dead on 0 with a 14 reaction time. And Glenn Newmans goes out with a 553 on his 552. Brian Jones coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 449 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against Bobby Trudell over there in the Budweiser lane. 530 is going to be his dial in the 33 Ford Roadster. All right, so once again, I'm looking for my Allen Speed Machine, or excuse me, that's Flying Brian. Trailer Sales, Junior Street. All right, Tony Morris coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 440 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Mount Dora, Florida. And we're up against Darwin Garcia over here in the Budweiser lane. 586 is the dial in on the Ford Mustang. All right, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street. Make your way into lane 8. I'd encourage you to hit the four-wheeler or the motorcycle that's sitting out there that somebody's left abandoned, so feel free. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes here. We go to the stripe. It's going to be Tony Morris getting the win line here as he goes 441 on his 440 dial in. As Darwin Garcia breaks out by 6 thousandths. Going to bring up John Rollins. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 598 is going to be his dial in. And he'll be going against Mark Watson. He's over there in the Budweiser lane out of Townsend, Georgia, driving the Pontiac Firebird. All right, we got a clean green light start here for both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Mark Watson's going to get the win line here on a double breakout. He breaks out by 2 thousandths. John breaks out by 4. Mike Bennett coming up next. He's over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 654 is the dial in for the S10 pickup. Going against Alan Dillman. He's out of Rayford, Florida. Got a 615 dial in. And Ford Mustang over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start there by Mike Bennett. He's going to get the automatic win. All right, Eric Kinghorn coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 524 is going to be his dial in. Going against James Hicks Jr. over there in Budweiser lane. He's got a 499 dial in. And we got a clean start in both lanes, and it's Eric Kinghorn going to get the win line here as he goes 525 with his 524 dial in. Hicks goes dead on 4 when he's 024 to a 006. Kinghorn. Kevin Brandon coming up next, 439 the dial in for the youngster out of Jessup, Georgia. Coming up against Jason Graham over here at Budweiser lane. 569 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy 2 out of Jacksonville. 571 on a 569. It's going to bring up Gary Vasquez next. He's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 470 dialed in. Everyone up against DJ Coventry over here in the Budweiser lane. 634 is his dial in on the Chevy Camaro. Fourth aisle, separate the two of these at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be DJ Coventry picking up the win line here. 634 634. As Gary goes out with a 471 on his 470. Tierra Carter coming up next. 519 is going to be the dial in for the drag strap of Blackshear, Georgia. Sure, I guess Shirley Powell over there in the Budweiser lane. 656 is the dial in for the 1970 Camaro. And he's out of Green Cove Springs. Separate these two in the starting line down the stripe. Tierra Carter is going to get the win line here. She goes dead on 8 with a 14 reaction time. And Shirley goes out with a 658 on his 656. Nick Brown coming up next. 599 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Orange Park. Going to go up against Chuck Trotter over there in Budweiser lane. 459 is the dial in for the dragster out of McClenny, Florida. Red light start by Nick Brown's going to give Chuck Trotter the automatic win. Chuck goes through with a 460 on a 459. Good run there for Chuck. Dave Demarest coming up next. 465 and all in for the drag strap of Fort McCoy, Florida. Here we go up against Nick Jensen. He's out of Altamont Springs, Florida. He's got a 584 dial in on his Chevy Malibu. Okay, got a breakout there by Dave Demarest. He goes through with a 464 with a 5 on 55 dial. That breaks out by 5 down. They dead on 3 with no 11 reaction time. Puts a 14 down pack together. April Prince coming up next. 621 is going to be the dial in for the pickup truck over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And she'll be running up against James Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Dade City, Florida. He's got a 496 dialed in. James Bunner, as he goes through the 497 on his 496 dial, and good run there for him. As April Prince goes dead on 4, but she was behind on the Christmas tree and cannot get the win light to come on. Autumn D. Rossett coming up next. She's over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 514 is the dial in. She's out of Hayhira, Georgia. Going up against Jackie Bennett over there in the Budweiser lane. He's out of Palatka, Florida. He's got a 460 dialed in. Yeah, red light start there for Jackie Bennett. It's going to give D-Rod Set the automatic win. She goes through with a 515 or a 514 dial in. Scott Gibson coming up next. 449 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Sanford, Florida. He'll be right up against Mike Benton-Reisland over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 660 dialed in. Okay, win lights coming off of Scott Gibson. He goes dead on 8 with a 007 reaction time. All right, once again, I've got a white four-wheeler that's sitting over here in staging lane number 8 that needs to be moved because we're trying to put cars in staging lane 8. So if you have a white four-wheeler that's sitting over here in staging lane 8, would appreciate it if you would move it. Otherwise, I would encourage the kids to hit it. Coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 552 dialed in with his Chevy Camaro. Running up against Mark Daniels, the runner up here last night. 494 is going to be his dial in. He's out of Jacksonville. It's going to come on over there for Nate Hamilton on a double breakout as he broke out by the least amount, so he moves on into the next round. Keith Collins coming up next. 552 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll be going up against Norm Williams over there in the Budweiser lane. 610 to dial in on the Nova. Coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track in the Ford Mustang. He's going up against Jerry Gilder over there in the Budweiser lane in the Pontiac Firebird. This is a new vehicle for Jerry. At least I haven't seen him in this one before. And we got red light starts a pair. Red light's going to come off Barry Rao. He goes 625 on his 624. Got to bring in Jordan Prince. She's out of Sanford, Florida. 447 is going to be the dial in. And showing up against Buddy Goolsby. He's over here in the Budweiser lane, 667. The dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of High Springs. Buddy Goldsby's going to get the win right here, dead on forward with an 011 reaction time. And he takes out Jordan Prince. She went 448 on her 447. Bubba Hawthorne coming up next. 449 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He'll go up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 480 dialed in. Jim Barbera coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 659 the dial in for the Chevy 2 out of Trenton. He'll be going against Zane Hutto over here in the Budweiser lane. 485 the dial in for the Firebird. He's out of Georgia. Okay, win line's going to come on for Jim Barbera as he goes 662 on his 659 as Zane Hutto breaks out with a 483 on his 485 dial in. All right, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is Ben Matz over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 669 dialed in, going against Daryl Corcher in the Chevy Vega. And a red light start over there on Lucas Oil lane. He's going to give the red light to Daryl over there in the Budweiser lane. And that's going to bring up Paul Allen. He's out of Middleburg. He's got a 690 dialed in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, going against Craig Serra. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. 461 is going to be his dial in. reaction time at a 002. And Greg Sarah with a 002 is going to get the win lines. He goes 463 on a 61. Paul Allen breaks out by 4th foul and basically throws away a perfect reaction time. Victor Adams coming up next. 652 is going to be the dial-in for the Pontiac Firebird. He is out of Gainesville. He'll run up against Joe Pinkston. Pinkston over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 692 dial-in. He's out of Williston, Florida. And here we go. It's going to be Victor Adams getting the win line here as he goes through with a 670 on a 652 dial-in. As Pinkston breaks out with a 688 on his 692 dial-in. Chad Kennedy coming up next. The pickup truck over here in the Lucas Oil lane's got a 637 dial-in. He'll go up against Scott Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 5 flat the dial-in for the dragster out of Wesley Chapel. All right, 3,000 separating the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's coming on down there for Scott Browning. And he goes 5 flat with a 7 on that 5 flat dial-in. Chad goes 640 on his 637. Danielle Martin coming up next, 479 the dial-in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. She's out of Venice, Florida. She'll be going against J.D. Anderson over here in the Budweiser lane. 738 is the dial-in for the Tesla in the Budweiser lane. Difference at the starting line, and Daniel Monty's going to get the win line here. 482 on that 479. As J.D. Anderson goes out with a 739 on his 738. Daniel was going to load one on the tree. 1229 from J.D. Anderson. Ken Grant coming up over here on Lucas Oil side of the track. 441 to dial in for the dragster out of Ty, Georgia. Going up against Joe Coolhutto over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 689 dialed in on the Ford Maverick. Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 501 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Ocala, Florida, going up against Gerald Hamlin. He's out of Clearwater, Florida. He's got a 493 dialed in. Red light start by Bonacci. He's going to give Hamlin the automatic win. 493 dial in. All right, Lou Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Bells, Florida. He's got a 451 dial in. He'll be running up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 456 dialed in. Okay, looks like Lion Commentator is going to pick up the win right here as he goes on a double breakout. He went 458, 454, and 456 dial in. Arthur goes 449 on his 451. Billy Dunn coming up next. Billy Dunn over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track, he's got a 470 dialed in. He'll be going against Maverick Palmetier over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 589 dialed in. All right, Whitline's going to come on down here for Maverick Palmetier as he goes 590 on a 589 dialed in. That'll bring up Darren Stutz. 539 is going to be the dial in for the 1940 Willys. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane going up against Colin Nash out of Orlando. 557 is the dial in for the motorcycle. Red light started by Colin Nash. He's going to give Darren Stutz the automatic win. Stutz goes through with a 537 on that 539 dial in. Colin went 558 on his 557. Kurt Lane's coming up next. 533 is going to be his dial in, going up against Kurt Carlson out of St. Augustine. 483 the dial in for the dragster over here in the Budweiser lane. Red light start here by Kurt Banks. He's going to give Kurt Carlson the automatic win light. Carlson goes 480 on 483. That'll bring up David Hicks next. 5 flat's going to be the dial in for the dragster out of St. Augustine. They're right up against Randy Banger over here at the Budweiser lane. 490 the dial in for the dragster out of Bradenton. Final separation to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line's coming off of Randy Banger. 490 with a 3 on the 490 dial, and he's 012 on the tree. Puts a 15 thou pack together. Dave Hicks was 003. It was 501 with a 5. Yeah, 37 10,000ths of a second is the margin of victory. Tony Gamardella coming up next. Here we go here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 633 the dial in for the Malibu wagon. Going up against AJ Kelly over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 536 dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Tony Gamardella picking up the win line here. 635 on the 633 dial in as AJ breaks out by 6,000ths. Darwin Garcia coming up next. $585 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. Going up against Zach Collins over here in the Budweiser lane. 618 the dial in for the Vega. He's out of Citrus Springs, Florida. Clean start both lanes, 23,000 movements in the starting line. The win line's coming off for Garcia as he goes through the 585 with a 5 on his 585 dial in. Zach breaks out to 616 on his 618 dial in. Grayson Wright coming up next, 497 dial in for the dragster here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's from Middleburg, Florida. Going up against Roy Hagedorn over there in the Budweiser lane, 631 the dial in for the Mustang out of Dennis. Red light start by Grayson Wright. It's going to give Hagedorn the automatic win. And Hagedorn goes through with a 632 on his 631 dial in. Mike Bennett coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 654 is going to be his dial in. Him going against Troy Stafford over here in the Budweiser lane. 725 the dial in for the Duster. Clean start in both lanes. Looks like we got about 16,000 difference in the starting line. And Troy Stafford is going to get the win line here as he goes 726. Next pair coming up here, we're going to have Autumn DeRosset over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 515 is going to be her dial in. Running against Trent Horton over here in the Budweiser lane. 455 is his dial in. Most of you guys already showed up. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need sportsmen. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Allen Speed Machine sportsmen, make your way into lanes 5 and 6, please. Attention in the pits, Allen Speed Machine sportsmen. Sportsmen, let's go to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsmen, lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsmen, lanes 3 and 4. Sportsmen, lanes 3 and 4. Allen, Speed and Machine sportsmen, need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Sportsmen, lanes 3 and 4. All right, so while it's just a little bit quiet out there, we're still giving issues with people leaving their golf carts and scooters and bicycles and stuff like that unattended in the staging lanes. We're trying to bring cars into the lanes, and it's a little difficult to do it when we've got stuff parked in the staging lanes that does not belong there. Case in point, just a few minutes ago when we were calling to shoot the junior streets into the lanes, couldn't get them all the way up because somebody had left their four-wheeler and a motor scooter sitting out there in the staging lanes with no one attending them. So please do not leave your equipment sitting in the staging lanes. Once again, I should have Junior Street in lane 8. Junior Street should be in lane 8. Pro Motorcycle should be in lane 7. Pro Bikes lane 7. And Sportsmen in lanes 3 and 4. All right, attention in the pits, looking for Allen Speed Machine, Pro Motorcycle, that's lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7, please. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragster. Start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Need my 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. Need my 10 to 12 in 6. And my 13 and older in lane 5. Once again, 6 to 9 year olds, lane 8. 10 to 12 year olds in lane 6. 13 and older, lane 5. Start making your way into the staging lanes, please. Flying Brian's Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Need you in the lanes. we go into Sportsman. This is Allen Speed Machine Sportsman. And we got an awesome mass coming up over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1224 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. Going up against the vehicle over here in the Budweiser lane. 1525 is going to be the dial in for the, looks like a Jeep, possibly. 0636 is the car number. May not be a Jeep, but my eyes ain't good to long distance anymore. Now we got a clean green light start. And Dawson Bass is off the gas down there, so he thinks he's got it in hand. And on a double breakout, he picks up the win light. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 1188, the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He's from Gainesville. We're running up against Ryan Barnes over here in the Budweiser lane. 77. He's got a 1225 dial in. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. One of them's good, one's late. And the one that's good just won the race. Ryan Barnes goes 1242 on a 1225. Barrier breaks out by 7th thou trying to catch him. Once again, need the junior dragsters. Junior dragsters in the back of the lanes there. Named by 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. 10 to 12 year olds in lane 6. 13 and over lane 5. Flying Brian Trailer Sales junior dragsters. Start making your way to the staging lanes. All right, and Corvette over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He turns on the red light, giving the win light to John Lambdola. Lambdola goes through with a 1227 on his 1220 dial in the bet. Looks like he starts smoking the tires out there and goes 1765 on a 1355 dial in. Mark Horton coming up next. He's out of Callahan's. 1388 the dial in for the S10 pickup truck over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Bob Hoxton over here in the Budweiser lane. 11 Plant the dial in for Bob. He's in the Chevy pickup truck out of Lake Butler. All right, we got a clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe here. Win light's going to come on down there for Bob Hoxton as he goes dead on with a 6. He got a gift because he was treed badly by Mark Horton. But Horton breaks out by a ton, gives the race back to Bob Hoxton. Chad King coming up next. 1196 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. He's out of Gainesville. Right up against Mitchell Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 1350 the dial in for the Dodge Charger from Stark. And here we go to the stripe. Your win light's going to come on down there for Chad King as he goes 1202 on 1196. Mitch goes out with a 1361 on his 1350 dial in. Mitch was a little bit behind on the Christmas tree as well as he missed it by about 29,000. Mark Van Gillian coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1254 is going to be his dial in, going up against Joe Perez in the Ford Mustang. And the win light's going to come on for Van Gillian as he goes 1265 on his 54 dial in. Perez goes out 1272 on a 1246 dial in. Chris Courtney coming up next. 1101 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. Going up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 1214 the dial in for the Infinity. And the win light's going to come on down there for Chris Courtney as he goes through 1109 on that 1101 dial in as Dennis Harsh goes out with a 1221 on a 1214 dial in. Dan Salyer's coming up next. 1340 the dial in on the 71 Monte Carlo. He's out of Redding, Florida. Going up against Jeff Grafton out of Loxahatchee, Florida. 1174 is the dial in for the Tesla. Red light started by Salyers. Gives the automatic win here to Grafton. All right, here comes the next pair. We got Michael Martin over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1430 is going to be the dial in. He'll be going up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Budweiser lane. 1116 is going to be his dial in. He's driving the Tesla. Okay, they're off. And it's got a 26-mile difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be J.D. Anderson picking up the win line here on a double breakout. They both break out by a bunch. But Anderson breaks out by the least amount, so he'll be moving on into the next round. Jay Dickinson coming up next. 1651 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy pickup truck. And it looks like Jay may have something. So Jay Dickinson over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of St. George, Georgia, driving the 86 Chevy pickup truck. Got a 1657 dial in. Going against Jacob Richards over there in the Budweiser lane. 1350 the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird from Gainesville. Okay, we got a clean green line start. Looks like we got about 55 thou difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And Jay Dickinson was dead on 7 with that old pickup. Picks up the win. As Jacob Rutledge goes out with a 1353 on his 1350 dial in. All right, Mike Crook over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1184 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And he'll run up against Marcus Cruz over here in the Budweiser lane. Marcus for the 1413 dial in on the Charger out of McClenny. Red line start there by Marcus Cruz. Going to give Mike Crook the automatic win. And Crook goes through an 1178 on his 1184. Brings up Phil Green, or excuse me, Monica Roberts, not Phil Green. He's just standing there watching. Monica Roberts over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1243 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro. She's going to run up against Blake Scott over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got the 1105 dialed in. light start there by Blake Scott. It's going to give Monica Roberts the automatic win light. And Monica goes through the 12:52 on that 12:43 dial in. Clint Wilson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil Lane. He's got 11 flat dialed in on that 68 Nova. He's out of Providence, Florida. Going against Steven Strickland over there in the Budweiser lane. 1167 is the dial in for the 2023 Camaro out of St. John's. And red light start for the Camaro is going to give Wilson the automatic win in the Nova. And Wilson goes through 11:59 on his 11 flat dial in. Adam Wills coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 11:19 dialed in. Going against the 56 Chevy over here in the Budweiser lane. Car number 0653. He's got a 12:55 dialed in. All right, Adam Wills picks up the win light there as he goes 11:35 on 11:19 dial in. The 56 goes 12:56 on a 55, but unfortunately he was dead late on the tree. So the whole shot got him on that one. All right, win light's coming off for Scott DeLeon as he went through in 11:67 on 11:63. All right, here we go, a little father and son action here as we got Kyle Roberts over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 12:35 the dial in, going against his dad, Kevin Roberts, over here in the Budweiser lane, 11:67 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. I wouldn't want to run against my dad in the first round, but try to do that in the finals. Kyle hanging a perfect reaction time on his dad, Kevin. Kevin was late at 1:35. Kyle gets the win light, 12:41 on a 35 as Kevin breaks out with 11:64 on 11:67 dial in. Personally, I think Kevin probably gave it away. Didn't want to beat his son. Didn't have to listen to Mama later on in the evening. our junior dragsters, we got Sean Daniel coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1198 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Lake Butler, Florida. They're right up against Hudson Mats over here in the Budweiser lane. 1190 will be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, 43,000 difference at the starting line here, and it's going to be Sean Daniel picking up the win lights. He goes 1198 on his 1198 dial in. Good run there. As Hudson Mats breaks out with 1181 on his 1190 dial in. All right, Caleb Hamilton coming up next out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. 1242 is going to be the dial in over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And running up against Bradley Holdaway over there in the Budweiser lane. She's out of Inverness, Florida. Got 1190 dialed in. Red light start for Hamilton over there in the Lucas Oil lane. It's going to give Bradley Holdaway the automatic win. And Bradley goes to 1177 on that 1190 dial in. All right, Morgan Wood coming up next. 902 is going to be the dial in. The young lady's out of Douglas, Georgia. Going up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 902 is the dial in for Browning. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. And Briella goes through with an 896 on her 902. Wooten went 878 on a 902. That'll bring up Weston Daniel. 9 flat's going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. And going up against Kylie Mockney over there in the Budweiser lane. Kylie with an 891 dial in. Daniels going to get the win right here, 9:04 to that 9 flat dial in as Kylie breaks out with an 8:87 on her 8:91. Elise Vasquez coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Bellevue, Florida. Got a 9 flat dial in. Going against Blake Jones over there in the Budweiser lane. Blake with an 8:92 dial in. He's out of Orange Park. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. The red light's coming up, come on down there for Vasquez. They go 9:04 on that 9 flat dial in. Blake breaks out with an 8:89 on his 8:92. Right Cook next. 8:93 is going to be the dial in there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Xander Cook over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 8:91 dial in. Okay, reaction time advantage went to the Budweiser lane. Xander Cook, he got a 0:16 reaction time, goes 8:96 on that 8:91 dial in. As his brother Ryden breaks out with an 8:91 on his 8:93. That'll bring up Lincoln McMaster next. He'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. 8:90 is his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Need Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Start making your way back to lanes 1 and 2 for round 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Let's start making our way back into lanes 1 and 2 for round number 2. Overflow, go to lanes 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator. Start making your way to the staging lanes. Need Allen Speed Machine Shop Super Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, Caden Holdaway coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 8:85 dialed in. He'll run up against Molly Banger over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got an 8:91 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green line starting. 49,000 records at the starting line at the stripe. The win line's coming off from Caden Holdaway. Goes dead on 1. Good run there for him. Molly Banger goes 8:34 on her 8:21. That'll bring up Hunter Dowling next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is his dial in. He'll run up against Tanner Botany over there in the Budweiser lane. Tanner also with a 790 dial in. at the stripe, it's going to be Hunter Dowling picking up the win line here on the double breakout. As he goes 788 on that 790 dial in. Tanner goes out with a 786 on his 790. Carson Murphy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track down in Palmetto, Florida. 790 is his dial in. Playing against Brooklyn Collins over there in Budweiser lane. She's got a 790 dial in as well. She's out of Keystone Heights. All right, 48,000 difference at the starting line here. And the stripe, the win line's coming on down there for Brooklyn Collins. She goes dead on 8. Picks up the win as Carson Murphy breaks out by 18 thousandths. Sierra Hayden coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 820 is going to be the dial in. She'll be right up against Erin Kennedy over there in the Budweiser lane. 792 will be the dial in for Erin. Difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Sierra Hayden picking up the win line here as Erin Kennedy breaks out with a 788 on his 792, and Sierra goes through with an 830 on her 820 dial in. That's going to bring up Ricardo Vasquez. He's got a 790 dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. All right, once again, look for James Glass, Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. James Glass, Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. Allen Speed Machine, Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Ricardo goes through with a 785 on his 790 dial in. All right, folks, we're going to be on hold here for just a few minutes while we go out and do a little touch up on the raceway, and then we'll come back and get ready for the action here once again. back into round number 2. Got a little treat for you. Sean Belmar going to take a trip down the raceway here in the alcohol funny car. .534, 280 miles an hour for Sean Bellimer. Man, what a hit. All right, well, you can see the excitement on the race teams there as they are heading in the right direction. They're carrying that number 1 on the car for a reason. They're getting this thing figured out. All right, just got a message from Randy Webb telling me that lick right there was quicker than the national record. So no one of those guys are excited. That is a nice shot down the track. Thanks, Randy, for the information there. Pete Allen, Speed Machine Sheet Shop, Super Pro Bikes to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, Andy Lindsay coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 681 to dial in for the Ford Mustang out of Alachua. Coming up against Roland Courtney Alford over here in the Budweiser lane. 718 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck out of Glen St. Mary. Red light start by Andy Lindsay is going to give Roland Alford the automatic win light. And Courtney goes 720 on that 718 dial in. Next pair coming out, we're going to have Mike Gaffney. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 693 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood. He'll go up against John Landola over there in the Budweiser lane. 791 the dial in. Pontiac Firebird, he's from Gainesville. And we got a pair of red light stars, but Gaffney has the better of the two. So Mike Gaffney's going to get the win light here, moving on into round 3. He goes 694 on his 693 dial in. And Gold wins 792 on his 791. Kenny Bevins coming up next. He's out of Albany, Georgia. 609 is going to be the dial in for the Vega Wagon. Going against the Maverick over there in the Budweiser lane, car 1864. He's got a 673 dial in. And we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. And it's going to be Kenny Bevins getting the win light here, 618 on a 609 dial in. Good run there for Kenny. As the Maverick goes down on the 679 with 673 dial in. Alden Rollins coming up next. 516 to dial in. That's that right. On the Chevy Beretta. Goes 576 to be the dial in for Alden. Here we go up against Nick Iannelli. Out of my Springs, Florida, 590 the dial in for the Malibu over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, on 2000, separate the two in the starting line, and it's going to be Nick Iannelli getting the win light here. He goes dead on 8 with a 16 reaction time. Alden was 0-14, but goes 577 on his 576. Bart Van Gillian coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 655 dialed in. He'll run up against John Dwayne over there in the Budweiser lane. Dwayne with a 592 dialed in. All right, 17,000 separates the two in the starting line. And your win line's going to come off of Bart Van Gillian as he goes 656 on a 655 dial in. As John DeWayne breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Chris Courtney coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 7 flat's going to be his dial in, going up against Mike French over there in the Budweiser lane. 622 is the dial in for the 65 Chevelle. All right, got 40,000 difference at the starting line and the strike. The win line's coming on over there for Mike French as he goes through the 622 on his 622 dial in. Okay, Amber Matt's coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. She's got a 671 dial in on her S10 pickup truck. She's running up against Jimmy Hodge over here in that Budweiser lane, he's got a 6:15 dialed in. And a red light start there by Amber Mass is going to get the automatic win to Jimmy Hodges. And Jimmy goes dead on 8 with a 0:43 reaction time. Amber went dead on 5, but she was 0:05 red. Clint Wilson coming up next over here at Lucas Oil Lane. He's got a 7 flat dialed in on that 68 Nova out of Providence, Florida. He'll be running up against Chris Courtney over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Bob Hoxton over there over the Budweiser lane. Going up against Clint Wilson, and Bob Hoxton picks up the win line here, 687 with a 685 dial in. All right, Chris French coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 613 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Chevelle. He's going up against James Hutto over there in Budweiser lane. 607 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Okay, we're going to clean green light start both the lanes, and it's going to be Chris French picking up the win line here as he goes dead on 9 with a 007 reaction time. Hutto breaks out with a 603 on his 607. D. Lichty coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 672 is going to be the dial in for the 69 Camaro out of St. John's, Florida. Going up against Russell Morris over there in the Budweiser lane. 699 is the dial in on the Olds Cutlass. Okay, 17,000 difference at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Russell Morris picking up the win line here as he goes 701 on that 699 dial in. And as D. Lichty goes out with a 677 on his 672. Dan Sawyer's coming up next. 860 the dial in on the 71 Monte Carlo. He'll be going up against Jimmy Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 720 is the dial in for the 76 Camaro out of Hilliard, Florida. Okay, we got a clean green light start both lanes, and at the stripe, it's going to be Jimmy Hall picking up the win line here as he goes 729 on a 720 dial in. Saggers breaks out with an 853 on his 860 dial in. James Evans coming up next. 689 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Mustang. Here we're up against Joe Cool Hutto over there in the Budweiser lane. 709 the dial in. Okay, we get a clean start in both lanes. Looks like we got about 33,000 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Joe Cool Hutto picking up the win line. He goes 712 on that 709 dial in. James Evans goes out with a 691 on his 689. Gary Thompson coming up next. He's out of McAllen, Florida, driving the Chevy Malibu. Over there in the Lucas Oil lane, 693 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Maverick Palantir over here in the Budweiser lane. 593 is going to be the dial in. All right, we get a clean green light start both lanes at the stripe. Maverick Palantir is going to get the win light here as he goes 594 on a 593 dial in. He was 008 on the tree as Thompson bows out with a dead on 693 with a 0. It was 043 on the tree. And Palantir gets the win line. Tony Gambardella coming up next. 633 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. Going against Travis Marchand. Keystone Heights, he's going 587 dial in. And at the stripe, it's going to be Tony Gambardella getting the win line here as he goes 639 on that 33 dial in. As Travis goes out with a 590 on 587. Jeremy Fireball Davis coming up next. 561 is going to be his dial in. Going up against George Emanuel out there in the Budweiser lane. 769 is his dial in. All right, Tom Courtney coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 682 is going to be his dial in. He's going against Dante de Blasio. He's got a 729 dial in. All right, so Tom Courtney picks up the win there, 682 at 101 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Phil Green next. 602 is going to be the dial in for the 68 Chevy Camaro. Going to be going up against Jeremy Thomas out of Lady Lake, Florida. 714 the dial in for the Pontiac Grand Prix. Red light start there by Jeffrey Thomas is going to give Phil Green the automatic win. And Green race out by 2,000s. All right, Ralph Bratton coming up next. 619 the dial in for the 72 El Camino. He's going up against DJ Coventry over here in the Budweiser lane. 640 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Oviedo. Okay, Paul Allen coming up next. 692 is his own dial in. But up against Dustin Daniel over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 646 dial in on the S10 pickup. Red light start there by Dustin Daniel is going to give Paul Allen the automatic win. gonna pick up the win. He was 637 on his 635 dial in. He was 006 on the tree. Takes out Jeff Grafton out of Waxahachie with his 751 on his 751. All right, Chad King coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 768 is going to be his dial in. And he'll run up against Robbie Hogston over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 623 dial in. All right, 7th separate the two of these in the start. And the striper is going to be Chad King coming. The win lights 769, 85, 692. And that's 623. Corky Bumpus coming up next. 668 is going to be the dial in for the Plymouth Barracuda. Going against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 633 is his dial in. All right, attention in the pits. The Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lane 22, overflow to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro, lane 22, with overflow to things 3 and 4. Scott DeLeon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 674 is going to be his dial in. He's going against Leah Tadero over here in the Budweiser lane. 758 is going to be the dial in. Okay, red light start for Scott DeLeon. Leah Tadero will get the red light. Here she goes through 753 and 89. Dawson Bass coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 715 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. He'll run up against David Zinke over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, one of them was good, one of them was real late. And the one that's good actually just broke out and gave it back to the one that was late. So David Zinke gets the win light and the gift there as he goes 698 on his 698. As Dawson Bass breaks out with a 712 on his 715. All right, Dad Stutz coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 660 to dial in for the Chevy Camaro in Green Coast Springs. Reed Farrar over there in the Budweiser lane, 66 GTO out of Jacksonville. He gets the red light as Stutz goes 017 red. He gives the race right back to Reed Farrar. All right, we got the El Camino coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 724 is going to be the dial in. He'll go up against J.D. Anderson over here in the Budweiser lane. Anderson's out of Edgewater, Florida. 737 is his dial in. All right, got a breakout over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And Anderson will pick up the win as he goes 739 and 737. Ken Grant coming up next over there in the Lucas Oil lane, 565 to dial in for the Nova out of Ty, Georgia. He'll run up against Kyle Roberts over there in the Budweiser lane. Kyle with a 794 dial in on his Camaro. He is out of Sefner, Florida. Red light line started by Kyle Roberts. He's going to get Ken Grant the automatic win. And Grant goes through with a 567 on his 565 dial in. All right, here we go. I believe we got one of the Collinses. I think this is Keith Collins Sr. over here in the Budweiser in the Lucas Oil lane. 754 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Going up against Wyatt Cometeer over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 615 dialed in. All right, 12,000 separate these two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Wyatt Cometeer picking up the win right here as he goes 6-16 on that 615 dial in. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 694 is going to be the dial in for the 77 AMC Gremlin. He's out of Wildwood going up against Tim Nelson. He's over here in Budweiser lane. He's got a 626 dialed in. That heavy powered Dodge Challenger. All right, wheel lights coming off Mike Gaffney as he goes dead on 9. Tim Nelson broke out by 9. Troy Stafford coming up next. He's over here in the Lucas Oil lane out of Orlando. Going up against Bart Pangillion over here in the Budweiser lane. 656 is his dial in. Red light start there for Troy Stafford. He's going to give Bart Pangillion the automatic win. Bart goes through with a 655 on that 656 dial in. He'll need to adjust that just a little bit, but he's 0-12 on the reaction time, so overall pretty good run there for Bart. Gabe Evans coming up next. 609 the dial in on the Vega wagon out of Albany. He'll be going up against Ernie Renfro over here in the Budweiser lane. 662 is his dial in. All right. Gabe Evans breaks out with a 605 on a 609. Ernie Renfro is going to get the win line as he goes 663 on that 662 dial in. And that will take care of our pro eliminator there in round number 2 as we're going over to our Allen Speed Machine Shop Super Pro Bikes. And first pair out, we're going to have Larry Berger over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 948 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Vance Howdy Show on the electric powered Harley Davidson. He's over there in the Budweiser lane. Now looks like 59 is at the starting line. The win light's coming off of Vance Howdy Show on the Harley Davidson as he goes through with a 745 with a 3 on that 745 dial in. Larry Berger breaks out with a 945 on his 948. Scott DeLong coming up next. 555 is his dial in. He'll run up against Anthony Barrett. Just Barrett. He's got a 564 dialed in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. All right, next pair coming up here, we got Jeff Tisdale coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 555 is going to be his dial in. He'll go up against Sammy Rodriguez Jr. over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 552 dialed in. Red line start by Jeff Tisdale is going to give Sammy Rodriguez Jr. the automatic red line. Sammy goes through with a 548 on his 552. All right, Roy Hagedorn over there in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 557 dial in going up against Wayne Leachman. 558 is his dial in. 8,000 separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe red light. It's going to come on for Hagedorn as he goes dead on 7 with an 021 reaction time. All right, Fireball Jeremy Davis is over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 561 is going to be his dial in. Going against Sam Parrish over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 572 dialed in. All right, red line's going to come on down there for Sam Parrish as he goes through with a 573 on that 572 dial in. And his Fireball goes out with a 567 on his 561. All right, looks like that's going to wrap up round number 2 of the Super Pro Motorcycles. We're now going into round number 2 of the Flying Brian Trailer Sales Super Pro. All right, here we go. We got Glenn Newman's coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 553 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Monza. He'll run up against James Hicks Jr. over there in the Budweiser lane. 499 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Elton, Florida. line start. Looks like 17 miles celebrates to the starting line. And it's going to be James Hicks Jr. picking up the win line here as Glenn breaks out with a 5:52 on his 5:53 dial in at 95 10,000ths of a second was your margin of victory. All right, Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 463 is the dial in on the Lucas Oil lane. He's going up against Ryan Barnes over there in the Budweiser lane. 690 on the Chico. 12 down difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Horton picking up the win. I see his 476 on his 463 dial in. As Ryan Barnes' car slows to a 718 on his 690 dial in. Dan Dobson coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 642 is his dial in. He'll go up against James Kelly Hicks over here in the Budweiser lane. Hicks with a 480 dial in. All right, 13,000 difference at the starting line, and at the stripe, it's going to be Dan Dobson picking up the win line here as he goes 643 on a 42 dial in. Kelly Hicks goes out with a 481 on a 480. All right, attention in the pits. If you're needing race fuel, Fuel Depot will be open until 3:30. Sunoco Race Fuel is available until 3:30 this afternoon. So if you need any race fuel, you've got a little over a half hour to get back there and get it taken care of. So if you need racing fuel, head on back to Fuel Depot. They're going to close at 3:30. Eric Kinghorn over there on the Lucas Oil lane is going to get the win line here as AJ Kelly turns on the red light as he goes 013 red. So Kinghorn goes 526 and his 525. All right, Lucas Oil lane. This Brown's up on the car over towards the side of the raceway. Red light's going to come on down there from Mike Pit Rising. Morris over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against David Harris. And Tony Morris is going to get the win right here as he goes 442 on his 441 dial in. David Harris broke out about 8 thou and gave away a perfect reaction time in the process. Victor Adams coming up next. Vic's got a 648 dial in on that 89 Pontiac Firebird. Going up against Randy Banger over there in the Budweiser lane, 487 is the dial in for the direction out of Palmetto, Florida. All right, 6 now will separate the two at the starting line. Randy Banger is going to come in right here. He goes 489 on 487. Victor Adams goes 656 on his 648 dial in. Tierra Carter coming up next, 519 the dial in for the dragster out of Blackshear, Georgia. She'll run up against Mike Bennett over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 653 dial in. All right, 24th out difference in the starting line, and at the stripe, Mike Bennett's going to get the win line here as he goes dead on 7. Gets the win. Tierra Carter breaks out with a 516 on her 519 dial in. All right, John Rollins coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 597 is going to be the dial in, going against Mark Watson over there in the Budweiser lane. Watson with a 579 dial in. 4th out separates the two of the starting line at the stripe. It's going to be Big John Rollins picking up the win there as he goes dead on 3 with a 007 reaction time. He puts a 10 thou pack together. Mark Watson was 0-11, goes over it by 4 thou, so he had a 15 thou pack together. 55 10 thousandths of a second was your margin of victory. Nick Brown coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane, 597 the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Orange Park. Here right up against John McWay. He's out of Jacksonville, 592 the dial in for the Camaro there in the Budweiser lane. And it looks like we got 32,000 difference in the starting line, and it's going to be Nick Brown picking up the win. 6-5 on the 597. And John Wayne goes out with a dead on 6, but cannot get the win light to come on with his 039 reaction time. Zach Collins coming up next, 616 the dial in for the Vega, going up against Nick Iannelli, something like that. Out of Altamont Springs, 584 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Malibu. And we got our 11,000% starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and Nick's going to pick up the win line here. He had a perfect reaction time, goes 585 with a 0. Zach goes dead on 3. He had an 011 reaction time. 40 thou is the difference at this finish line. Danielle Montney coming up next. 480 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Venice. She'll up against Darwin Garcia over here in the Budweiser lane. 584 is going to be the dial in for the Mustang. He's out of Eustis, Florida. thou separating the two to the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Good win line comes on for Garland Garcia. He was through the 584 with a 3 on his 584 dial-in. As Daniel Mockney breaks out by 0.08 of a second. Barry Rowell coming up next. 625 the dial-in for the Mustang out of Mayhutta, Georgia. He'll go up against Jason Graham. 571 the dial-in for the Chevy 2 out of Jacksonville. All right, 6,000 separated two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Barry Rowell picking up the win lights. He goes 627 on his 625 dial-in. Jason Graham breaks out by 3 thousandths. Tony Gambardella coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 633 is going to be the dial-in for the Malibu wagon. He's going to run up against Chip Trotter over there in the Budweiser lane. 460 is going to be the dial-in for the dragster out of McClenny. Oops. Problem with Trotter's car. Would have been a good race because they were dead even on the starting line. Both of them were 005 lights, but something went awry with Trotter's car. Coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 450 is going to be the dial-in. Here we go up against James Bunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 491 is going to be his dial-in. Then 25 difference at the starting line, and Brian Jones is going to get the win line here. He goes dead on 8. As James Bunner breaks out with a 495 on his 497 dial-in. All right, Scott Gibson coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 450 dialed in. He'll run up against Bobby Terrell over there in the Budweiser lane. 528 is going to be the dial-in for the 33 Ford Roadster. All right, 2,000 separate the two of the starting line, and it's going to be Bobby Trudell picking up the win light here as he goes 530 on a 528 dial-in. Scott Gibson breaks out by 7 thousandths. That's going to bring up David Hicks next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 501's his dial-in. He'll run up against Shirley Powell over there in the Budweiser lane. 657 dial-in for the Chevy Camaro out of Great Coast Springs. All right, 4th aisle separates these two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Shirley Powell. And he'll be moving on into the next round. Lou Hawthorne coming up next. 449 is going to be the dial in over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's going up against Alan Dillman over here in the Budweiser lane. 615 the dial in for the Mustang out of Rayford. All right, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street. Junior Street to lane 8, please. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street. Staging lane number 8, please. Start making your way to the lanes. Need Allen Speed Machine Pro Bikes. Allen Speed Machine Pro Motorcycles to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. Lou Hawthorne is going to get the win line. 451 on his 449 dial in. As Alan Dillman breaks out with a 614 on his 615 dial in. That's going to bring up Bubba Hawthorne. 446 is his dial in. She picks up the win light there as he goes 503 on his 5 flat dial in. That's going to bring up your next pairs. We're going to have Troy Bulger coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 681's the dial in. Going up against Mark Daniels over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 493 dial in. All right, once again, we are looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Junior Street. Junior Street, the staging lane 8. Junior Street, staging lane 8. And I see that we once again have people leaving their golf carts and stuff sitting in the staging lanes. Wish I had a tow truck. I would stick them rascals in a holding pen and you'd pay a dear price to get them back. May not even be worth what it is. Okay, Troy Bulger got 001 reaction time and cannot get the win line to come on as he breaks out with a 684 or a 687 dial in. Mark Daniels goes 10 on 5 and gets the win. John Rugg is coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 572 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He'll be running up against Buddy Goolsby over there in the Budweiser lane. 667 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup over there in the Budweiser lane. got 7th difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. John Rugas is going to get the win light here on a double breakout. Rugas broke out by 2 thousandths. Buddy breaks out by 6 thousandths. Yeah. Grayson Wright coming up next. 492 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going up against Jerry Gilder there in the Budweiser lane. 539 to dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. Yeah, red light start there for Jerry Gilder. He actually got to give the tree a chance to come down, Jerry. Red light's going to come on there for Grayson Wright as he goes through the 493 on his 492. Jerry's not going to get a time as he left before the tree was activated. Dave Demarest coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 465 dialed in. He'll be going up against Scott Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 499 is his dial in. All right, once again, I am looking for Junior Street, my Fly Bryant, Junior Street to the staging lanes, please. Need you a staging lane 8. Need some of those golf carts and four-wheelers moved out of staging lane 8, please. If you've got golf carts and scooters in staging lane 8, they need to be moved at this time. Scott Browning picking up the win light there as he goes through the 5 flat on his 499. Jim Barbera coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 660 dialed in. He'll be going up against Gerald Hamlick over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 493 dialed in. Banks coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 533 is going to be his dial in. Running against St. Hutto over there in the Budweiser lane. 478 is going to be his dial in. All right, got a competition single here for April Prince. She's got a 621 dialed in, so she's got a High Springs, Florida. And she goes through with a 620 with a 5 on that 621 dial in. And that's going to bring up Darren Stutz. 1940 Willie's over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 537 dial in. He'll be running up against Norman Williams in his Nova over there in the Budweiser lane. 610 is his dial in. All right, we got 20,000 starting line. Here we go. And it's going to be Stats picking up the win line here. So he goes 538 on that 537. Norman Williams breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Paul Allen coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got a 689 dialed in on that 72 Maverick. He'll be going up against Maverick Palmetier over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 589 dialed in. Okay, got 23,000 difference at the starting line. It's going to be Paul Allen picking up the win light here on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount, so he'll move on into round number 3. That's going to bring up Chan Kennedy next. 640 is going to be the dial in on the little pickup truck over there in the Lucas Oil lane. And he'll be going up against, that's Donnie Hutto, I believe, in the Mercury Comet. Yeah, real nice start there for Hutto. Is going to give the automatic win here to Chad Kennedy. And Kennedy goes through with a 637 on his 640 dial in. Troy Stafford coming up next. 725 is going to be the dial in for the Duster out of Orlando. He'll be going up against Daryl Coulter. He's out of Hilliard, Florida. He's got a 580 dialed in on the Chevy Vega. Red light starting for Darrell is going to give Troy Stafford the automatic red light. Stafford goes dead on 5. Good run there for him. He was 017 on the tree. It's going to bring up Glenn Newman's next. 552 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Going against J.D. Anderson over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 737 dialed in on the Tesla. All right, clean green light starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Glenn Newmans gets the win light here as he goes 554 on the 552 dial in. J.D. Anderson was dead on 0. He cannot get the light to come on in his favor as he's 079 on the Christmas tree. Glenn Newmans 006. Roy Hagedorn coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 632 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Wyatt Palmetier over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 453 dial in. All right, here goes Flying Brian Jones. 450 is going to be the dial in over there on the Lucas Oil lane. Attention to the pits. I need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. All right, Trent Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 456 is his dial in. Going against Darwin Garcia over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 5 and 484 dial in. All right, here we are at Junior Street. We got Caden Holdaway over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1115 is over here is the dial in the Lucas Oil lane. Going against Molly Banger over there in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 975 dialed in. And on a double breakout, Caden Holdaway is going to get the win light here as he breaks out by 4,000. Molly breaks out by 16 thousandths. Hunter Dowling coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1090 is his dial in. Chelsea DeWayne will be over there in the Budweiser lane. 925 to dial in for the Camaro. All right, attention to the pits. Tanner Mockney, we are running Junior Street right now. If you're running in it, we need you in the staging lanes now. Tanner Mockney, if you're going to be running in Junior Street, we need you in the staging lanes right now. Okay, Chelsea DeWayne's going to pick up the red light here on a double breakout. All right, next pair up, we're going to have Aaron Kennedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1072 is the dial in. Dropping the Explorer over there from Middleburg. Coming up against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1090 dial in. She's out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. so we got a clean green light start in both lanes. I see brake lights on down there at the top end, and Briella Browning is going to get the win light here. She goes 11 flat on that 1090 dial in. Aaron goes through with a 1074 on a 1072 dial in. Briella had the reaction time advantage went in her favor as well. All right, here we go into the pro motorcycles, and we're going to have Robert Steele over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1270 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Vance Howdy Shell over there in Budweiser Lane. 1172 is his dial in. And a red light start there for Steele is going to give Vance Howdy Shell the automatic win light. All right, Vance goes 1172 with a 6 on a 72 dial in. Good run there for him. Thom Moats coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. He's got 1090 dialed in. He'll run up against Reginald Harper over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 865 dialed in. He's out of Palm Coast, Florida. Okay, we got red lights on both lanes, but Reginald Harper had the better of the two, so he's going to get the win light. He goes 901 on that 865. That's going to bring up Larry Berger next. 1475 is going to be the dial in for the bike over here in the Lucas Oil lane. Here run up against Justin Tweedy out of Ocala. 990 is going to be his dial in. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Junior Dragsters need you to the lanes. Need my 6 to 9-year-olds in staging lane 8, 10 to 12-year-olds in lane 6, 13 and older, lane 5. Once again, looking for Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes, please. 6 to 9-year-olds in 8, 10 to 12 in lane 6, 13 and older, lane 5. Junior Dragsters. Start making your way to the lanes, please. All right, Scott DeLong coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. Got a 903 dialed in. He'll be going up against Jason West over here in Budweiser lane. 910 to dial in for Jason. Okay, red light's going to come on down for Scott DeLong as he goes through with a 906 on that 903 dial in. Jason West goes out with a 919 on a 910 dial in. Scott was 008, Jason was way late. Brandon Rodriguez coming up next. He's got a 910 dial in. He'll be over here in the Lucas Oil lane, going up against Anthony Vieira. I'll get it right here in a little bit. In Palm Coast, Florida, 884 is going to be the dial in for Anthony. And the win light's going to come on down there for Brandon Rodriguez on a double breakout. And he'll pick up the win light. Sean Tucker coming up over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 936 is going to be his dial in. He's out of High Springs, Florida. He'll run up against Jordan Bulker over there in the Budweiser lane. 925 is the dial in. Jordan's out of Ocala. stripe, it's going to be Sean Tucker picking up the win light as he goes through with a 949 on that 936 dial in. And then Jordan goes out with a 937 on his 925. Sean had him covered on the reaction time advantage. Dwayne Leachman coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 832 is going to be the dial in. Going up against Sam Parrish there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 905 dialed in. A real nice start there for Leachman. He's going to give Sam Parrish the automatic win line. Sam's going to go through with a 902 on that 905 dial in. And Dwayne Schmidt Jr. is coming up next. He's got a 911 dialed in. And he is the buy run. All right, once again, Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters need by 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in lane 6, and 13 and older, lane 5. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters. Junior Dragsters need you steer the staging lanes, please. Need by 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 year olds in 6, 13 and older, lane 5. All right, here we go into Sportsman. Mark Pangillian is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1251 is going to be the dial in for the Corvette out of Melrose. Here right up against John Lambdolo over here in the Budweiser lane. 1224 is the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. And red line start for Lambdolo is going to give Bart the automatic win. Chad King coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1195 is going to be the dial in for the Firebird. He'll be running up against Dan Sayers over here in the Budweiser lane. Sayers with a 1333 dial in on his 71 Monte Carlo. All right, Jeff Barrier over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against the Corvette there in the Budweiser lane. And here we go to the stripe. The win line's going to come on down there for Jeff Barrier as he goes 1192 on that 1185 dial in. As the Corvette breaks out. All right, here we go. We got Chris Courtney coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1101's the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am. When he gets Ryan Barnes over here in the Budweiser lane. 1245 the dial in for the S10 out of Brunswick, Georgia. All right, only 3,000 separated the two at the starting line, and at the stripe, the win line's going to come on down there for Chris Courtney. As Barnes breaks out, Courtney goes 1104 on his 1101. Barnes goes 1243 on a 45. He's going to bring up Dawson Bass in the Ford Mustang out of Jacksonville. He's got a 1222 dialed in. Going up against Kevin Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. 1165 the dial in for the 69 Camaro. Yes. Okay, so looks like Kevin Roberts is going to get by picks up the win line there as he goes 11.67 on 11.65. He's going to bring up Jake Dickinson next. I think he's okay, red light start over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track is going to give the automatic win to Dennis Harsh. And Dennis goes through with the 12.27 on his 22 dial in. Going to bring up Monica Roberts next. 12.45 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. And she'll be going up against Mike Crook over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11.76 dial in. Okay, here we go to the stripe, and the win line's going to come on down there for Mike Crook as he goes through with 11.92 and 11.76 dial in. Monica goes 12.56 on her 12.45. She was unfortunately a little bit tardy on the lights. Scott and Leon coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11.62 is going to be the dial in. They'll go up against Jeff Grafton over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got 11.73 dialed in with the Tesla. And we got 32 thousand of a second difference in the starting line. And at the stripe is going to be Scott and Leon picking up the win light, 11.63 on his 11.62 dial in. Mark Horton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, 13.63 to dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He's out of Callahan. He'll be running up against Blake Scott over here in the Budweiser lane. 11.09 is his dial in. All right, Mark Horton's getting the win line here as he goes 13.66 on a 63 dial in. And Blake Scott breaks out with a 11.02 on his 11.09 dial in. All right, Michael Martin coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 14.05 is the dial in on the S10 pickup. He'll go against Clint Wilson over here in the Budweiser lane. Clint's got 11 flat dialed in. He's out of Providence, Florida. All right, J.D. Anderson coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got 11-16 dialed in. Going against that 56 Chevy over there in the Budweiser lane. Chevy has a 12-55 dialed in. And the wind line's going to come off for J.D. Anderson as he goes 11-23 on 11-16. All right, Kyle Roberts over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track going against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. And Marcus Cruz is going to get the win line 14-11 on his 14-09. we go into our junior dragsters. It's going to be the 6 to 9 year olds, and we're going to get started here with Shaw Daniel over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, Lucas Oil lane, he's got 1196 dialed in. Hudson Batts. Over here in the Budweiser lane, he's got 1190 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes here. One of them was pretty good. One's just a little late, but not bad. But the one light's going to come on for Hudson Batts as he's dead on 8. He was behind on the Christmas tree, but Shaw Daniel unable to run the number. So Hudson Batts going to pick up the win by 13 ten-thousandths of a second. Caleb Hamilton coming up next. 12:30 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. And going up against Brinley Holdaway. She's got 1190 dialed in. She'll be over here in the Budweiser lane. All right, Yulcie Vasquez coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. She's got a 902 dialed in. Going against Blake Jones over there in Budweiser lane. Blake with an 891 dialed in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And here we go to the stripe. And your win light's going to come on over there for Vasquez. They got a 903 on a 902. Blake Jones breaks out with an 888 on his 891. Blake actually had a better reaction time. That'll bring up Kylie Mockney. 890 will be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track for Moneybags. And she's going to run up against Briella Browning over there in the Budweiser lane. 9 flat's going to be her dial in. She's out of Wesley Chapel. start in both lanes. And at the stripe is going to be Briella Browning getting the win line here. She goes 9 flat with a 9 on her 9 flat dial in. As Kylie goes 886 on her 890 dial in. Ryan Cook coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 890 is going to be his dial in. He'll run up against Lincoln McMaster over here in the Budweiser lane. Lincoln also has an 890 dial in. Red line start for Lincoln McMaster is going to give Ryan Cook the automatic win. And Lincoln went there with a 906, and Ryan Cook goes at 889 with a 6 on 890 dial in. That'll bring up the next pairs. We're going to have Morgan Wooten coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track out of Douglas, Georgia. 892 is going to be dialed in. Going against Xander Cook over there in the Budweiser lane. 893 will be his dial in. Starting both lanes. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Xander Cook picking up the win line, 893 on a 893. Good run there. Morgan Wooten slows to a 933 on his 892 dial in. And that will bring up Weston Daniel next. 9 flat will be the dial in. He's out of Lake Butler. All right, here goes Hunter Dowling. 790 is going to be the dial in. All right, attention in the pits, New Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Overflow will be to 3 and 4. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, each of the lanes 1 and 2. Overflow goes to 3 and 4. Need Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Bikes to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. we got our next pair coming up. We got Ricardo Vasquez over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 790 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Bellevue, Florida. And he'll be running up against Brooklyn Collins over there in the Budweiser Lane. Working with a 790 dial in. And the win line's going to come off of Brooklyn Collins on a double breakout. She broke out by 1 thousandths less than Ricardo did. She'll take the win line. Kaylin Holdaway coming up next. 884 is going to be the dial in over in the Lucas Oil Lane. He'll run up against Aaron Kennedy over here in the Budweiser Lane. Aaron with a 790 dial in. Starts in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Your win line's coming on now for Tanner Bachme as he goes 795 on that 790 dial in. go. Sean Bellemore going to be making another hit here. And earlier, if you missed it, man, you missed a heck of a lick as he went 534 at 280 miles an hour. My understanding is that is national record type run for these guys. One of my stat guys, so to speak, was reaching out to me and letting me know about some of that stuff. Matter of fact, Randy Webb sent me a message earlier saying that is quicker than the national record. So that's a good run. If they're getting ready for the Lucas race coming up here in a couple of weeks, well, they're going to be in fine shape. If that's any indication as to what this car can do. So we're looking to see if they can duplicate that again here. As you'll see, Sean Bellemore carries the number 1 on the side of the car, meaning he is your world champion in top alcohol dragsters or fishing alcohol money car. Woo, look at him. 528, 283 miles an hour. If you thought the first lick was good, these guys are pumped up now. As he really laid down a lick right there, and he's going to serve notice to the rest of the folks in that class that they are the team to beat. All right, here we go. Round number 3. We're about to weed some out. Mark Van Gillian coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane, 655 to dial in on the Chevy Camaro out of Melrose. Running against Jimmy Hodge over here in the Budweiser Lane. 615 is going to be the dial in for the Nova. He's out of Middleburg. All right, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. Here we go to the stripe. Win lights coming on down there from Mark Van Gillian on a double breakout. He breaks out by the least amount. He'll be moving on into round number 4. That's going to bring that Corky Walford next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. His S10 pickup truck. Here we run against Joe Cool Hutto over there in the Budweiser lane. 709 is going to be the dial in for Joe Cool in the Ford Maverick out of Jessup, Georgia. All right, here we go. We got a clean green light start. 13th thou separate the two in the starting line. Here we go. The stripe win lights coming on 4. Rolling Alford as he goes 716 with a 7 on 18 dial in. Joe Cool goes 706 with a 9 on his 709 dial in. So on the double breakup, Corky Alford breaks out by the least amount, and we'll move on into the next round. Unfortunately for Joe Cool, that's the end of the weekend. Kenny Bevan's coming up. Now, Cool, unless he's got a second injury, but he may still be in it, but I think that's him. Kenny Bevan's coming up next. 608 is going to be the dial in on the Vega wagon. And he gets the win light here over Bob Hoxton as he went 618 on the 608 dial in. Hoxton was just dead late, went 687 on 85. He was closer to the dial in, but way off on the Christmas tree. Chad King coming up next. 768 is going to be the dial in for the Firebird out of Gainesville. Then we run up against Nick Iannelli out of Altamont Springs, Florida. 589 to dial in for the Malibu over here in the Budweiser lane. Okay, win line come on for Chad King as he goes 769 on his 68 dial in. Good run there for him. Nick was dead on with a 7, but he was behind on the Christmas tree. 036 to an 063. Ralph Bratt coming up next. 618 to dial in on the El Camino out of Gainesville. Maybe run up against Mike French over here in the Budweiser lane. 623 is the dial in. The 65 Chevelle wagon out of Ocala. And we got a good clean green light start. 15,000 separates the two in the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. Your win light comes on for Mike French. He goes 10 on 4. Gets the win light. Ralph Bratt goes out with a 622 on his 618. Mark Nell coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got his 636 dialed in on his S10 pickup truck. He's running against Jimmy Hall over there in the Budweiser lane. 722 is going to be the dial in. Red light started by Jimmy Hall is going to give Mark Nell the automatic win. And Mark goes through with a 632 on his 636 dial in. That brings up Chris French. 614 the dial in on the 68 Chevelle. He's out of Ocala. He'll run up against Russell Morris over there in the Budweiser lane, 699 the dial in on the Olds Cutlass. He's out of Citra. All right, here we go. Ken Grant over here on the Lucas side of the track going up against Ernie Renfro. And Ken Grant's going to get the win line here as he goes 573 on a 567 dial in. And takes out Ernie Renfro, goes 664 on his 662. Mike Gaffney coming up next. 77 AMC Gremlin over there in the Lucas Oil Lane. He's out of Wildwood. He's got a 693 dialed in. We're up against Richard Lindsay over there in the Budweiser lane. 633 is the dial in on the Mustang. He's out of Alachua. And we got a green line star, 78,000 difference at the starting line. And Mike Gaffney's going to get the win line here. He had a perfect reaction time. 000 there for Mike Gaffney, goes 694 on his 693. Richard Lindsay goes out with a 636 on his 633 dial in. Reed Farrar coming up next. 652 is the dial in on the 66 GTO. He's out of Jacksonville. Going up against Maverick Palmetier over here in the Budweiser lane. 593 is the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. He's out of DeLand. All right, 22,000 difference at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe, and it's going to be Maverick Palmetier getting the win line here as he goes 594 on his 93 dial in. Reed Farrar breaks out with a 650 on a 652. Paul Allen coming up next. 688 is the dial in on the 72 Maverick. He's out of Middleburg. He'll run up against George Emanuel. He's out of High Springs, Florida, the 68 Nova. 770 is going to be the dial in there in the Budweiser lane. All right, we got a clean green line start in both lanes. Looks like 13 cows separating the two at the starting line. Paul Allen's going to get the win line here as George Emanuel breaks out by 6 thou. That's going to bring up Brother Phil Green over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 602 is going to be the dial in on the 68 Camaro out of Ocala. Going to run up against Tom Courtney over there in the Budweiser lane. 682 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Trans Am out of High Springs. And we got a clean green line start. Looks like they're about 40,000 difference at the starting line. Bill Green's going to get the win line here as he goes down on with an 8. And Tom Courtney breaks out with a 673 on his 682 dial in. David Zinke coming up next. He's out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. 697 the dial in on the 74 Duster. And he'll be running up against Leah Tadero. She's over there in the Budweiser lane. 755 is the dial in for her 74 Chevy van. His narrow broke out by 7 thousandths. Adam Wills coming up next. 709 is going to be the dial in on the old Cutlass over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Go right up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane. 615 is his dial in. All right, win line's coming on over there for Adam Wills. He goes 710 on that 709 dial in. Wyatt breaks out with a 611 on his 615. J.D. Anderson coming up next. 741 is going to be the dial in for the Tesla. He'll run up against Bart Pangilian over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 655 dialed in on the Chevy Camaro. And the win line's coming on for J.D. Anderson as he goes 744 on that 741 dial in. Bart goes out with a dead on 5, but he was way behind on the Christmas tree. All right, attention in the pits, Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, need you to lanes 1 and 2. Overflow, go to 3 and 4. Flying Brian Trailer Sales, Super Pro. Let's start making our way into lanes 1 and 2, please. All right, Tony Gambardella coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 633 is the dial in on the Malibu wagon. He'll run up against Mike Gaffney over here in the Budweiser lane. Gaffney with a 694 dial in the AMC Gremlin. All right, 8 now separating the two of the starting line and at the stripe. It's going to be Tony getting the win line here as he goes dead on 9 as Mike Gaffney breaks out by 12 thousandths. And we're going to have a couple of test passes coming up here. Arcade 260. This is Ryan Barnes, I believe, driving the old Achieva.
Looks like we're down to 3 pairs. So this will be the quarterfinals. Result of that was a red light in the Lucas Oil lane.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Jason, I do not, but if you're still out here on property, he is still here, driving around and selling photos. All right, announcer had to step away for a second.
All right, here we go. We got Flying Brian Jones coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 450 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Orange Park. Here we go up against St. Huddo. Budweiser Lane. 478 is going to be the dial in for the Pontiac Firebird. All right, attention to the pits. I need Pro Bikes. Pro Bikes. Lane 7, please. Pro Bikes need you to lane 7. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street to lane 8. Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Street to lane 8, please. Need Allen Speed Machine Street Bikes or Pro Bikes to lane 7. Pro Bikes, lane 7. All right, 9,000. Separate these two at the starting line. It's going to be St. Huddo getting the win line here as he goes 483 on that 478. Flying Brian slows to a 456 on his 450 dial in. Kevin Brannon coming up next. 433 is the dial in for the dragster out of Jessup, Georgia. He'll be going up against Bobby Trudell out of Fort White, Florida. 529 is going to be his dial in. All right, we got a clean green line start. Here we go to the stripe, and the win line comes on down there for Kevin Brannon as he goes dead on 1. Trudell goes 530 on a 529. 27 10,000 of a second was your margin of victory. Eric Kinghorn coming up next. 525 is going to be the dial in over here on the Lucas Oil lane. He'll be going against Sherby Powell over there in the Budweiser lane. 657 the dial in for the 70 Camaro. He's out at Green Coast Springs. Okay, we got a clean start. 16,000 is at the starting line. It's going to be Sherby Powell getting the win line. He goes dead on 4. Gets the win line. Eric Kinghorn was dead on 2. But behind on the Christmas tree, Sherby Powell. That's going to bring up Jackie Bennett. 458 is going to be the dial in for the dragster out of Palatka. He'll be running up against Mark Daniels over there in the Budweiser lane. 493 the dial in for the dragster out of Jacksonville. Okay, Mark Daniels is going to get the win line here as he goes 496 on his 493 dial in as Jackie Bennett breaks out by 3 thousandths. Darren Stutz coming up next, the 1940 Willys. It's going to be over here in the Lucas Oil lane. It's going to be 537 dial in. He'll run up against DJ Coventry over there in the Budweiser lane. 635 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. He's out of Oviedo, Florida. got 25 here. He's at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. It's going to be Darren Stutz getting the win line here as he goes dead on 3 and gets the win. DJ goes 6:41 on his 6:35. Grayson Wright coming up next. 492 is going to be the dial in for the drag straight of Middleburg. Going up against Craig Sarah out of Bradenton, Florida. 461 is going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Craig Sarah picks up the win here as he goes 462 on that 461 dial in. As Grayson Wright goes 496 on his 492. Chad Kennedy coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 637 dialed in. And he'll be running up against Kurt Carlson over there in the Budweiser lane. 484 is his dial in. All right, 10,000 separate the two at the starting line. Here we go to the stripe. And it's Kurt Carlson getting the win line here as he goes 488 on a 484 dial in. As Chad Kennedy breaks out by 4 thousandths. Big John Rollins coming up next. 597 is going to be the dial in for the Nova out of High Springs. Going up against Mike Ned Rison over here in the Budweiser lane. 660 is the dial in for the Chevy 2. All right, 39,000 difference in the starting line. All right, here goes Nick Brown over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 596 is going to be the dial in for the Chevy Camaro. Then we go up against Scott Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. 499 is going to be the dial in for the drag show at Wesley Chapel. All right, 15,000 separates the two at the starting line. Nick Brown's going to get the win line here as he goes dead on with a 3. Picks up the win line. Scott Browning goes out with a 502 on his 499. Barry Rao coming up next. 626 to dial in for the Mustang out of Nahunter, Georgia. He'll go up against Gerald Hamley out of Clearwater, Florida. He's got 492 dial in. All right, we got a clean green light start here. We're going to strike. The win light's coming up back there for Gerald Hamlin as he goes through the 504 on the 492 dial in. Barry Rouse slow to 671 on his 626 dial in. Tony Morris coming up next. 442 is going to be the dial in for the dragster over here on Lucas Oil Lane. Right up against April Prince over here in the Budweiser Lane. 621 is going to be her dial in. All right, fourth now separates the two at the starting line. Here we go to stripe. It's Tony Morris getting the win line here as he goes dead on two. With a 15 reaction time, he put a 17 thou back together. April was good. She was 0-11 on the tree, but breaks out with a 620 on a 621. Nate Hamilton coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, driving the Chevy Camaro out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. Then we're running up against Wyatt Palmatier over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 453 dialed in. Six now separates the two. Ryan Palmatier picking up the win right there as he goes through with a 454 and a 453 dial in. As Nate Hamilton goes out with a 551 on his 549. Lou Hawthorne coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 450 is going to be his dial in. And right up against Randy Banger over here in the Budweiser lane. 490 is going to be the dial in. He's out of Bradenton, Florida. Mike Bonacci coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got a 501 dial in. He run up against Trent Horton over there in the Budweiser lane. 456 is his dial in. All right, Trent Horton's going to pick up the win line there as he goes through the 458 on the 456 dial. As Bonacci breaks out as well. John Rugas coming up next. 572 is going to be the dial in for the Camaro over there in the Lucas Oil lane. Going up against Darwin Garcia over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 582 dialed in. Only 1,000 separates the two at the starting line, and it's going to be Darwin Garcia picking up the win line here, 585 on his 582 dial in. Rugas goes out with a 579 on a 572. Troy Stafford coming up next. He'll be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's out of Orlando. 725 to dial in for the Plymouth Duster. Going right up against Paul Allen over there in the Budweiser lane. 688 is going to be the dial in for the Ford Maverick out of Middleburg. All right, we got 20,000 difference at the starting line. At the stripe, it's going to be Paul Allen going through with a dead-on 7. And that gives him the win there over Troy Stafford. He went 726 on his 725 dial in. Paul Allen actually better on the Christmas tree as well, as he was 025 and 45 for Troy. Tony Gambardella coming up next. 633 is going to be the dial in for the Malibu wagon. He'll run up against Brian Jones over here in the Budweiser lane. 451 the dial in for the Drag Strata Orange Park. All right, Nicky and Ellie coming up next over here on the Budweiser lane. 584 is his dial in. And Nick goes through the 583 on his 584. It looks like they have a test pass here. I believe that's going to be Bubba Hawthorne. Goes 439 at 158 miles an hour. All right, here we go with our semifinals of Junior Street. And looks like we're going to have Kaden Holdaway over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 11:15 is going to be the dial in, going against Briella Browning over here in the Budweiser lane. She's got a 1090 dialed in. attention in the pits, I need Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4, please. Allen Speed Machine Sportsman, these y'all lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Win line came on for Briella Browning on a double breakout. She broke out by a single thousand, so she gets the win line. Byron coming up here next for Chelsea Dwayne and the Chevy Camaro. Attention in the pits, need Allen Speed Machine Sportsman to lanes 3 and 4. Sportsman, lanes 3 and 4. Need Flying Brian Trailer Sales Junior Dragsters, start making your way back to the staging lanes. Need the 6 to 9 year olds in lane 8. Need the 10 to 12 year olds in lane 6, 13 and older in lane 5. Junior Dragsters, start making your way back into the staging lanes, please. All right, so here we go into the Pro Bikes, and we got Dwayne Smith Jr. coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane. 906 is his dial in, going against Vance Howdyshell over here in the Budweiser Lane. 1172 is his dial in. Red light start by Vance Howdyshell is going to give Dwayne Schmidt Jr. the automatic win. And he goes through the 904 and that 906 dial in. Sean Tucker coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil Lane. 936 is his dial in. And we're up against Reginald Harper over there in the Budweiser Lane. 864 is his dial in. All right, 47 pound difference at the starting line. And Sean Tucker is going to get the win line here as he goes through the 994 and 936 dial in. Harper goes out with the 924, his 864 dial. Scott DeLong coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 903 is going to be his dial in. He'll be going up against Brandon Rodriguez over here in the Budweiser lane. 908 is going to be his dial in. Red light start there by Brandon Rodriguez is going to give Scott DeLong the automatic win. Scott goes 897 on that 903. And Brandon goes through the 905 on his 908. Justin Tweedy coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 990 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Sam Parrish over here in the Budweiser lane. He's got a 903 dialed in. Red light start for Justin is going to give Sam Parrish the automatic win. 903, dial in. Hi, once again, looking for my Flying Brian trailer sales junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. And my junior dragsters, make your way into the staging lanes, please. Okay, so we're just going to have a little time right here. Is Jeremy Davis is going to be over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track, and Anthony Vera is going to be over there in the Budweiser lane. All right, here we go into Sportsman. Martin Pangillian's going to be over there on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1245 is going to be his dial in. Here up against Dennis Harsh over here in the Budweiser lane. 1228 is going to be his dial in. Okay, we got a clean green light start in both lanes. And the win light's going to come on down there for Martin Pangillian as he goes 1249 on his 1245 dial in. Dennis goes through with the 1221 on the 28 dial in. Jeff Barrier coming up next. 1181 is going to be the dial in for the Dodge Charger. He went up against Kevin Roberts over here in the Budweiser lane. Kevin went 1163 dial in on that 69 Chevy Camaro. All right, here we go to the stripe. The win light's coming on down there for Kevin Roberts as he goes through 1166 on his 1163 dial in. Jeff Barrier breaks out with 1174 on his 1181 dial in. Mike Crook coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1176 is the dial in for the Chevy Camaro out of Oviedo. Coming up against Mitch Gunner over here in the Budweiser lane. 1630 is the dial in. Seems a little slow for Mitch. So Mitch laying on the brakes down there and still breaks out as he went 1445 on a 1630. Car runs 13s. I'm not sure why he was down at 1630. Guess he had a reason. Mark Horton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 1378 is going to be the dial in for the S10 pickup truck. Here we got up against Marcus Cruz over there in the Budweiser lane. 1406 is the dial in for the Dodge Charger out of McClenny. Red line start by Marcus Cruz is going to give Mark Horton the automatic win. And Horton goes through at 1367, 98 miles an hour. Cruz went 1402 on his 1406. Chad King coming up next over here in the Lucas Oil lane. 1196 is the dial in. On the Pontiac Firebird, he'll go up against Adam Wills. 1119 the dial in on the 87 Oldsmobile. Only 3,000 separate the two at the starting line. And it's going to be Adam Wills getting the win line here as he goes 1122 on that 1119 dial in. Clint Wilson coming up next. 11 flat the dial in for the Nova out of Providence. Going up against Jay Dickinson over there in the Budweiser lane. 1656 is the dial in for Dickinson. All right, so we got green light stars in both lanes. Neither one was stellar. And Jay Dickinson's going to break out with a 1652 on a 56 dial in. And Clint Wilson is going to get a gift as he goes 1118 on 11 flat dial in. J.D. Anderson coming up next. The Tesla out of Edgewater. And he'll run up against Chris Courtney over there in the Budweiser lane. 1101's his dial in. All right, 9,000 separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be J.D. Anderson getting the win line here as he goes 11:16 on an 11:16 dial in. Good run there for him. Chris Courtney goes 11:03 on his 11:01 dial in. And your buy rate coming up here for Scott DeLeon. 11:60 to dial in for the Malibu. All right, so Scott Leon goes 11:56 on his 11:60 dial in. All right, attention in the pits. I mean, Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Jeans Glass Pro Eliminator, lanes 1 and 2. Allen Speed Machine Super Pro Bikes to lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, here we go. We got Caleb Hamilton coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 12:26 is going to be the dial in. And Hudson Matz is over there in Budweiser lane. 11:90 is his dial in. looks like this will be your finals in the 6 to 9-year-old group. So it's going to be Caleb Hamilton or Hudson Nats moving on into the final round. Making it into the winner's circle here this evening. All right, so we got a clean green light start. Here we go. The stripe one light's going to come on over there for Caleb Hamilton. 12:39 on that 12:26 dial in. Hudson goes 11:93 on his 11:90. But he's a little behind on the Christmas tree. All right, here we go. We got Briella Browning coming up next over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 898 is going to be her dial in. She's going up against Ulysses Vasquez. 903 is going to be the dial in over here in the Budweiser lane. Once again, look for Jeans Glass, Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2, Pro Eliminator lanes 1 and 2. Pete Allen Speed Machine, Super Pro Bikes, lane 7. Super Pro Motorcycles, lane 7. All right, Ryan Cook coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. He's got an 891 dial in, running up against his brother Sander over there in the Budweiser lane. He's got an 893 dial in. we go against Sierra Hake coming up over here to Lucas Oil Lane. 826 is going to be her dial in. Showing up against Tanner Bachny over here at the Budweiser Lane. 790 is his dial in. Alright, got a clean green line start, only 5 down, separates the two at the starting line. And at the stripe, it's going to be Tanner Bachny picking up the win light. He goes through the 792 on the 790. Hunter Dowling coming up over here on the Lucas Oil side of the track. 790 is going to be his dial in. Going up against Brooklyn Collins over there in the Budweiser Lane. 790 is also her dial in. Alright, Brooklyn Collins takes the win light there over Hunter Dowling. Alright, Caden Holdaway coming up next. 884 is going to be his dial in. Alright, as Kate goes through at 889, that's 72. Alright, it's going to bring up Morgan Wooten next. I see your dialing up there. I said.
The thing is, she ain't even got the sense to turn around and say, I am so sorry that I really screwed up on your dialing. That's what pisses me off.
I kept saying to her, I said, listen, right, he's been dialing 13s all day.
And the thing is, Joe, she said it right there. I'm sorry, folks, but due to emergency, I'm going to have to kill the live feed and go to the house. So I do apologize.